Well, last stream was quite a thing for Kaname. And now she's run away from everyone. Thankfully, for the next while, I'm not going to have to translate anything. Because a lot of the next section is the exact same between Michiru and Kaname, so if you want my translations of that, you can check my first Japanese playthrough VOD where I translated. Anyway.
Dame. もうみんなのところには戻れない。戻りたくない。これからは一人で自分の世界に帰る方法を探さなきゃ。とりあえず今日泊まるところを探さなきゃ。
待っていた。
うつぎ、どうしてこんなところに？
その魂もらい受ける。
魂って簡単に言わないでよ。
さあ、カンナ、あの娘の魂を。
魂ちょうだい。
抗うな、忘れろ。苦しいことも悲しいことも
全部忘れる。私あの矢は
ようやく見つけたぞ。奈落の居場所教えてもらう。
巫女さん。
浜の力、桔梗か。カンナ、引き上げよ。
あなたここは。そうだ、私カンナに魂を吸われそうになって、それで助けられたんだっけ。ここどこなんだろう。桔梗さんって言ったっけ。あの巫女さんどこに行ったの？何これ。綺麗。
気がついたのか？
あ、ごめんなさい。綺麗だなって思って。
綺麗？おかしなことを言う。
ごめんなさい、桔梗さん。でも本当に綺麗だったから。
綺麗なものか、この光はな。いや、動けるようになったのなら行くがいい。
あ、はい。助けてくれてどうもありがとうございました。
気境見つけた。
お前の魂を。
何言ってるの？
下がれ。こいつらは操られている。おそらくあのカンナに。私たちを探し出し捕らえろと命令されているのだろう。
魂よこせ。
逃げよう、桔梗さん。
やむをえんな。来い。大丈夫か？
ええ、私は。桔梗さんこそ大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫か。お前が綺麗だというあの光、あれは死んだ人間の魂だ。私は魂を集めている。普通の人間ならば必要のない誰かの魂をな。
桔梗さん。
分かったなら私に構うな。もうすぐ村人たちも追いついてくる。さあ行け。
たとえ桔梗さんが人じゃなくても私のことを助けてくれた。そんな桔梗さんを置いてはいけないよ。だってそうでしょ？桔梗さんはいい人だもん。だったら私だっていい人でいたいもの。いい人で。
お前何か悩んでいるようだな。
うん。
もう追いつかれたか。
まだ完全に追いつかれたわけじゃないよ。さあ行こう。桔梗さん、今度こそ逃げられたみたいだね。
私のことは桔梗でいい。
じゃあ桔梗、宇津木から助けてくれて本当にありがとう。
So just want to bring this up. Kururugi's been referring to Kikyo as Kikyo-san this whole time. So Kikyo is pretty much just saying, you can just call me Kikyo. In the English version, they didn't exactly translate that well because Kururugi does refer to Kikyo as just Kikyo. So when they reach this point, it feels really weird because Kikyo still says you can just call me Kikyo, which Kururugi's been doing the whole time. If instead the English version had Kururugi referring to her as Lady Kikyo, or honestly a bit more appropriately Miss Kikyo, it would make a lot more sense.
お前を助けようと思ったわけではない。奈落の居場所を聞き出そうとしただけだ。
桔梗、あなたも奈落のことを？
そういえばあの時カンナはお前のことを狙っていたが、奈落との間に何かあるようだな。
うん、まだよくはわからないけど、実は私。
そういうことか。
だから私も奈落のことを追いかけなきゃいけないの。なのに自分の勝手で仲間のところから逃げてきちゃって。
仲間のところから？
この世界に慣れていない私にとても優しくしてくれた。とてもいい人たちだった。全部私のせいなの。仲間の一人が好きな人を私も好きになってしまったから。 友達が好きな人を好きになるなんて、その友達の気持ちを考えると、頭では分かってたんだよ。でも好きだって気持ちは抑えられなくて、自分の気持ちを押し込めるのも自分の弱さを責めるのも辛くなって。
それで逃げ出したのか。
うん。
それなら悩むことなどない。後悔を恐れずに自分の気持ちに正直になれ。そうして見つけた答えであれば、誰もそれを責めることなどできないはずだ。
自分の気持ちに正直に。
それが自然なお前なのだから。
うん、そうだね。そう思ったら少しだけ楽になった気がするよ。ありがとう、桔梗。見つけた。うつぎ、カンナ。
さあカンナ、あの娘の魂を。
気をつけ、来るぞ。
どうしたカンナ。
来る。
そうか、引くぞ。
待って。
何を自分から襲ってきて逃げ出すなんて。
邪魔が入ったということなのだろう。どうやらその邪魔とはお前の悩みの原因と同じだったようだな。
てめえ、こんなとこにいやがったのかよ。
みんな
急にいなくなるから探しましたよ。
そうじゃぞ、噂の神隠しにあったかと思ったわい。
桔梗、お前。
桔梗？桔梗のことを知ってるの？
縁とは断ち切れぬものだ。久しぶりだな、犬夜叉。
桔梗、なんでこんなとこに。
どういうこと？
理由などない。
これ一体どういうことなの？
また会うこともあるだろう。
桔梗、これはとりあえず宿へ戻った方が良さそうですな。
そうだね。
お前、なぜ桔梗様と？
私のことを助けてくれたの。
そうですか。
かごめちゃん、気にしない方がいいよ。分かってる。ありがとう。
かごめ、俺はよ。
いいの、犬夜叉。私、ちょっとお散歩してくるわね。
犬夜叉、言ってやらなくていいの？
ああ。
犬夜叉、かごめちゃん、二人ともどうしちゃったの？サンゴちゃん、桔梗と犬夜叉のことなんだけど。
まあ他人があれこれ言うようなことじゃないんだけどさ、ずっと昔に付き合ってたらしいね。
そう。
昔の話だよ。犬夜叉だって驚いただろうさ。死んだはずの恋人が目の前に現れたんだから。そしてそれ以上にかごめちゃんも。
そうだね。自分の恋人が他の女の子のこと見てたら辛いよね。
犬夜叉は悪くない。桔梗もかごめちゃんも誰も悪くない。ただ辛い話であることは確かだけど。
ねえ、桔梗と犬夜叉ってどういう関係なの？
それはオラもよく知らんのじゃが、カゴメというものがありながら二股なんじゃ。
犬夜叉と桔梗が付き合ってたってこと？
ようわからんが、カゴメがおるのに全部犬夜叉のバカが悪いじゃ。
ねえ、桔梗と犬夜叉ってどういう関係なのかな？
二人はかごめ様がいらっしゃる以前付き合っていたらしいんですな。
それがどうして？
二人は一度互いに憎しみ合い、そのせいで桔梗様は命を落としています。すべては奈落の策略のせいだったのですが、その後桔梗様は生まれ変わりであるかごめ様の魂の力で復活したのですが、二人はいまだにその時の関係を引きずっておるようなのです。
犬夜叉はかごめちゃんより桔梗の方が好きなのかな？
心を残しているのは確かでしょうが。
でもそれじゃかごめちゃんがかわいそう。
それは犬夜叉も分かっているんです。ですが世の中には分かっていてもどうにもならぬことがあるんですよ。仕方のないことなんです。
犬夜叉、桔梗のことみんなに聞いたよ。
そっか。で、俺に文句でも言いに来たのか？
言うことなんかないよ。言えないよ。
かごめのこと大事に思ってる。でも桔梗のこともほっとけねえんだ。
犬夜叉、
バカなことを言っちまったな。
そうだよね。私ばっかり辛いわけじゃないんだよね。
So this part coming up, even though I did translate it when I was doing the Kagome romance route last year, or earlier in this year, whenever the hell I covered this section for that playthrough, there were some sections that I got some weird translation results on, so I do want to try them again. But there was also a section of 20 minutes where I goofed up and didn't realize I had muted my mic. So I just kept talking while translating, but no one could hear a thing I was saying, so I definitely need to rectify that. So we're going to be on this one for a little bit.
カゴメちゃん、こんなところにいたんだ。
In the English version, Kururugi says, Kagome, so this is where you were. The dialogue is largely the same between Michiru and Kaname anyway, but again, I want to try getting some better results and to address my screw-up. From the screenshot, the translation for Kaname comes out as, Kagome-chan, you were in a place like this. Let's grab the text. From the text translation, same result as the screenshot. Kagome-chan, you were in a place like this. I do think the English version is perfectly serviceable. I don't need to translate that. That's just Kagome nodding in confirmation. And in the English version, they had Kagome respond with, yeah. That doesn't need translating. Like, Kururugi just doesn't quite know what to say.
桔梗と犬夜叉の話聞いちゃったみたいね。
In the English version, Kagome says, sounds like you heard all about Kikyo and InuYasha. From the screenshot, Kagome says, it seems you've heard the story about Kikyo and InuYasha. Which, different wording, but, like, same thing, so. The text translation result does come out a little bit weirder, with Kagome apparently saying, you seem to have heard the story about Kikyo and InuYasha? Between the two translation results, I do prefer the one I'm getting off of the screenshot. Just a little better, because it comes off as both Kagome like stating that she knows Kururugi's been told the story, even if it was like super abridged, but also asking for as a way to confirm. Whereas the English version, Kagome is just kind of like, yeah, I'm sure you've been told. I don't need to translate that. That's just a hesitant nod from Kururugi confirming. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, yeah. Just, though from the English version, it makes it seem like Kururugi's trying to sidestep it, but realizes they can't, so just goes, yeah, I did.
別に気にしなくていいよ。
Let's see. In the English version here, Kagome starts with, don't worry yourself about it. Let's see, from the screenshot though. Kagome starts with, you don't need to worry about it. Not too different, but she does keep going, so let's see what happens when I gather up the text.
私そんなに器用じゃないから。
In the English version, Kagome then says, I don't have that much self-control. Which doesn't really, like, sounds incredibly weird to me. But from the screenshot, Kagome apparently says I because I'm not that handy. Which also feels weird, so let's see what happens when I slap it in with the other text. Okay, so far from the text result, Kagome says, don't worry about it. I'm not that good at it. Okay, let's see where this goes.
好きになろうと思って好きになったわけじゃないの。
In the English version, Kagome says, it's not like I tried to care about him. Let's see. From the screenshot, Kagome concludes with, no, the screenshot result is incredibly weird, so I'm just going to grab the text and throw it in with the rest of it and see what that turns out. Okay. Okay, so the English version, with Kagome being, don't worry about it. I don't have much self-control. It's not like I tried to care about him. It does come off like, it wasn't like Kagome was trying to develop feelings for InuYasha. It just happened. From the text translation, though, Kagome says, don't worry about it. I'm not that good at it. I didn't fall in love with him because I wanted to. I'm not that good at it, likely implying, like, she doesn't quite understand love. But, again, like, it wasn't that she wanted to fall in love, but it ended up happening.
かごめちゃん。
I don't need to translate that. It's just Kururugi having sympathy for Kagome, because whether you're playing Michu or Kaname, if you're on a romance route, you completely understand her at this point. Because either Kaname, without trying, especially since it's player input, Kaname didn't try to fall in love with Miroku or InuYasha if you're on either of their routes. Or Michu didn't try to fall in love with Kagome or Sango on their routes. It just ended up happening.
ただ好きになった犬夜叉の心には気境がいた。それだけなの。
But of course, if you're on Kagome's romance route or InuYasha's romance route, it kind of hurts even more in context for Kururugi. In the English version, Kagome says, I care very deeply for InuYasha, but he still has feelings for Kikyo. That's all. From the screenshot translation, Kagome says, but InuYasha fell in love with Kikyo, and in his heart, she was there. That's all. Let's check the text. Uh-oh, hold on. Gotta grab some katakana or hiragana, sorry. Because some stuff got cut out for some reason. And one thing even got completely changed. God damn it. Alright. Let's look for these. Not that one. Oh, there it is. Got one there. There it is. From the text results, Kagome... actually, yeah, no. Kagome says pretty much the same thing between the text translation and the screenshot translation. Alright. Hey, InuYasha guy. Sorry for the delayed response. How are things going? I don't need to translate that, but I am going to need the text. In the English version, Kaname just starts with the responsive, I see. Which the translation should just come out as anyway, but again, I need the text. Because she keeps going. Copy. There. Okay. Let's go to the next part.
ねえ、帰郷のことどう思ってる?
In the English version, Kururugi concludes here with, hey, what do you think of Kikyo? From the screenshot, Kururugi asks, hey, what do you think about Kikyo? So, not too different from the English version, just swapped up for about, but... let's see. Grab this. Right here. And then, funny enough, I put that text together with the first half, and Kururugi's translation comes out as, I see. Hey, what do you think of Kikyo? Which is the exact same thing that the English version has. Alright, sure.
それはやっぱり好きにはなれないけど、でも帰郷の気持ちもわかるの。
Okay, I believe this was part that gave me a weird translation before on the Kagome romance route, but that's only because at the time I didn't even think to try combining the texts together to see if it would alter anything, so let's see what we get now. In the English version, Kagome starts with, I can't exactly bring myself to like her, but I understand how she feels. Okay, the screenshot translation result for Kagome is a little weird. Apparently coming out as, well, I still can't fall in love with him, but I can understand how Kikyo feels. I'm pretty sure it should be, well, I still can't like her, but I can understand how Kikyo feels. Again, like, there definitely has to be a point where you take context into consideration when it comes to translating ski as either like or love. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so far the text translation is coming out a little bit better. With, well, I still can't bring myself to like her, but I can understand Kikyo's feelings. Let's see.
桔梗だって好きになろうとして好きになったんじゃないと思うから。
Alright, in the English version, Kagome concludes here with, I mean, it's not like Kikyo and InuYasha were friends long before I arrived here. English version definitely coming off a little weird, because there's definitely ways to interpret that. The screenshot translation coming out really weird again, so let's just grab the text and try throwing it at the end here. What? Okay, so this is where it gets a little... the text is getting a little weird. Because if I apply the characters for Kagome's name at the end, it changes the translation. It is something that I actually think works. But I'll give both results anyway. Without Kagome's name at the end, Kagome's translation comes out as, well, I still can't come to like her, but I can understand Kikyo's feelings. I don't think Kikyo tried to fall in love with him, but I don't think she fell in love with him. Or because I don't think she fell in love with him. That definitely comes out weird, but if I add Kagome's name at the very end, it changes the last bit to, I don't think Kikyo tried to fall in love with him either. Again, saying that it wasn't like it wasn't like Kikyo tried to fall in love with InuYasha.
でもだってかごめちゃんは犬夜叉とその
You know, since it has been a while since I did the Kagome romance route, I don't know if this is different dialogue if you're on either Sangha or Miroku's romance route, or if this is also present in the Kagome or InuYasha route, because in the English version, Kururugi says, but Kagome, you and InuYasha, aren't you? From the screenshot, the translation for Kururugi comes out as, but Kagome-chan and InuYasha, Which, honestly, does come off a little funny considering the very beginning of the game, in the Japanese version, Kururugi teases InuYasha and Kagome about being a couple. So, it suddenly being a thing now is interesting. Okay. From the text result, Kururugi says, but Kagome-chan and InuYasha,
ただいつも不安なんだ。こんなに苦しいの嫌なんだけど。
In the English version, Kagome says, I always have my doubts. I hate feeling bad about it, but... From the screenshot, Kagome instead says, but I'm always anxious. I don't want to be in this much pain. That's definitely, a different result than the English version went with. Let's see what the text comes out to. Okay. So the text translation result isn't too different from the screenshot translation. With Kagome apparently saying, I just feel anxious all the time. I don't want to be in this much pain. Interesting. Yeah, like, that is definitely different from the English version. The English version definitely giving more the sense of Kagome always has doubts about her and InuYasha being together, especially when Kikyo gets involved, because InuYasha always goes to check on Kikyo. And, like, she hates that she feels that way. But from the translation, with Kagome saying that she feels anxious, like, yeah, that's honestly not too different from always having doubts. Because she's just always questioning the relationship. But having the I don't want to be in this much pain is different enough from I hate feeling bad about it. Because now, like, Kagome is saying that being anxious about this is hurting her, rather than her just feeling bad about the situation.
誰かを好きになるのって苦しいんだね。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, caring can hurt. Huh. Uh-oh. Oh no. One moment. From the screenshot result, Kururugi instead says, falling in love with someone is painful. Okay. The text result is the same as the screenshot result for Kururugi here. But again, it does change the context a little, because the English version just says caring rather than falling in love. So it's almost like it's trying to say, like, just caring about someone can hurt. to be more broad and generalized. While the Japanese version is straight up saying, like, yeah, love hurts. Like, being in love is going to be painful.
でも自分の気持ちに嘘はつけないし。
In the English version, Kagome says, "But I can't pretend I don't feel the way I do." From the screenshot, Kagome says, "But I can't lie about my feelings." From the text, Kagome says the same thing, "But I can't lie about my feelings."
自分の気持ちには嘘はつけない。
In the English version, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, "I can't pretend I don't feel the way I do." For the English version, just repeating what Kagome says in their head to apply to themselves. Let's see what the screenshot does. The translation off of the screenshot for Kagome is, "I can't lie about my feelings." Which, again, just repeating what Kagome said to themselves, because Kururugi's in a similar situation, having to deal with someone they love. And the text result comes out the same as the screenshot. Being, "I can't lie about my feelings."
そうだね、カゴメちゃん。私もそう思う。
In the English version, Kururugi responds here with, "You're right, Kagome. I feel the same way." From the screenshot, Kururugi responds with, "That's right, Kagome-chan. I think so too." Not too different from the English version in terms of context, even if the wording is different. Uh-oh. Okay. I think, yeah, no, that's what I did wrong. I accidentally closed instead of copied. Whoops. Text translation result for Kururugi is the same as the screenshot. "That's right, Kagome-chan. I think so too." So, yeah, like, Kururugi's just agreeing with Kagome's, "I can't lie about my feelings." And especially considering the conversation with Kikyo earlier, pretty much telling Kururugi to just be true to yourself.
ごめんね、変な話しちゃって。
Because that's the real you. In the English version, Kagome says, "Thanks for listening to my stupid story." Definitely a little weird, especially since in the Japanese version, she starts with "gomen." So, apologizing, instead of saying "thank you." From the screenshot translation, Kagome says, "Sorry, that was weird." I think, more so, like, she feels like she made things awkward by talking about that. Let's see. The text translation result does come out the same as the screenshot, but I do think another way of translating it could be, sorry, I said something weird. And it could still work the same. The context is the same.
そんなことないよ。
In the English version, Kururugi responds with, no need to thank me. From the translation, though, Kururugi just nods their head, or sorry, shakes their head, as if to tell Kagome, like, no, you didn't. Like, no, it wasn't weird, or no, you didn't say anything weird. From the screenshot translation, Kururugi responds with, no, not at all. Well, again, that first no would just be Kururugi shaking their head, so not at all. Saying that, no, like, it wasn't weird at all. From the text translation, it comes out as, that's not true. So, again, just saying, like, pretty much being, Kagome thinks she made the situation awkward by talking about that. Kururugi just going, no, it's perfectly fine.
きっとみんな待ってるから、そろそろ帰りましょう。
In the English version, Kagome says, everyone's probably waiting for us. We better get back. From the screenshot translation, Kagome says, everyone's probably waiting, so let's head back now. I mean, the translation made it a bit more direct with Kagome saying, let's go home now, but it should be, let's head back. Text translation result is the same. Everyone's probably waiting, so let's head back now. I do think this is a good spot for us to take a quick break, considering what's about to come up next. And we're back. I guess I had one more thing that I could have done, but don't need to translate that. English version has Kururugi just respond with yes to heading back. Japanese version, Kururugi's just nodding in agreement. Now things get a little interesting compared to the Kagome romance.
みんな帰ってたんだ。
In the English version, Kaname says, you're all back. Somehow I don't think that's what she says in the Japanese version. From the screenshot. Oh, yeah, no. From the screenshot translation, Kaname says, everyone, you're back. Except 2 people are missing. From the text translation, Kururugi just says, everyone's back.
あれ？しっぽうちゃんと弥勒様はどこに行っちゃったの？
I do think for Kururugi, though, they probably could have said, we're back, everyone. Because Kururugi and Kagome came back together to hopefully everyone else in the room, but in the English version, Kagome says, huh? Where did Shippo and Miroku go? From the screenshot, Kagome says, hey, where did Shippo and Miroku go? So unlike in the Kagome romance route, it's not just Shippo, but also Miroku who is not present. From the text translation result, it's the exact same as the screenshot result. Hey, where did Shippo and Miroku go?
あの二人、おめえらを探しに行くって出て行ったけど、会わなかったか?
But unlike when it's just Shippo leaving and everyone assumes he's still out playing, in the English version, InuYasha says, they said they were going out to find you guys. You didn't see them? From the screenshot, InuYasha says, those two left saying they were going to look for you. But did you see them? I think instead of, but did you see them, I'd probably say, did you not see them? Let's see. The text translation result comes out the same as the screenshot result. Interesting that I'm actually starting to get that now after the last couple streams. Yeah, I still think instead of, but did you see them, I could also see it being, did you not see them? I don't need to throw this in the translator because this part, Shippo says, is the same for both Michiru and Kaname across every route, except for his own route, because that one has very special treatment. But in the English version, Shippo cries out, terrible! This is terrible! So the translation would be the same or similar, either, most likely being, this is bad! This is really bad! Or big trouble! We're in big trouble! Or instead of we're in big trouble, could be big trouble! There's big trouble! Because Shippo has dai in there, which usually means big in reference to, like, something. I don't remember.
しっぽちゃんどうしたの?
This is also the same between Michiru and Kaname across any of the routes except for Shippo's. In the English version, Kaname asks, what happened, Shippo? The translation would be either the same or, Shippo, what's going on? And then here's the difference. In the English version, Shippo says, it's my fault! It's all my fault! Miroku! From the screenshot result, Shippo instead says, it's my fault! It's my fault, Miroku! Let's see, copy text. In. Text result for Shippo comes out the exact same as the screenshot with, it's my fault! It's my fault, Miroku!
奉仕様？奉仕様がどうしたんだ、しっぽ?
In the English version, Sango starts freaking out with, Miroku? What happened to Miroku, Shippo? From the screenshot, Songo instead says, "The monk? What's wrong with the monk, Shippo?" Let's grab the text. The text result got a little bugged, but it is otherwise pretty much the same. It should be the monk. What's wrong with the monk, Shippo? Or again, it could be, what happened to the monk, Shippo?
墓場にウツギとカンナが現れたんじゃ。それでオラ捕まっちゃって。
And then here's the main story difference. If you're on either Miroku or Songo's route. In the English version, Shippo starts with Utsugi and Kana appeared in the graveyard and they captured me. If you're on InuYasha or Kagome's route, instead, Shippo returns on his own because he had gone back to the graveyard of Botan Village and saw Utsugi and Kana having backed Kikyo into a corner. From the screenshot result, Shippo says, "Utsugi and Kana appeared in the graveyard, so I got caught." The text result's a little weird. Like, the first sentence is the same. Utsugi and Kana appeared in the graveyard, but then it says, "and then they were captured," which I think it should be, "and then I was captured," or "and then they captured me," to be closer to what the English version has, but let's check the other half.
ミロクが助けてくれたんじゃ。でも。
In the English version, Shippo concludes here with, "and then Miroku came and saved me, but..." Let's see, from the screenshot, Shippo says, "Miroku saved me, but..." Okay, there we go. From the text result with both halves, Shippo says, "Utsugi and Kana appeared in the graveyard, and then I got caught. Miroku saved me, but..."
でも、じゃあ弥勒様は？
In the English version, Kaname reacts with, "But, so what happened to Miroku?" From the text result, Kaname says, "But, so what about Miroku-sama?" Not too different from the English version, honestly. Just instead of, "so what happened to," it's, "so what about." Which, yeah, I could see getting away with changing "what about" to "what happened to." The text translation is slightly different. With Kaname apparently saying, "But, then what about Miroku-sama?" Though again, it could also be reworded to, "then what happened to Miroku-sama?" Again, like, I could see both possibilities working just fine.
いきなりウツギに突進してそのまま捕まってしもうて。
For here, in the English version, Shibbo says, he went straight for Utsugi and then they captured him. From the screenshot, Shibbo says, he suddenly lunged at Utsugi and got caught. Alright. Text translation result comes out the same, so let's see what the next part has. Ooh, that was a really good one, though. I am not gonna lie. In the English version, Shibbo just whines out, my fault! It's my fault! The Japanese version, though, he actually cries. Wow. From the screenshot, like, Shibbo just cries out with a, bleh! And then says, my fault! It's all my fault! Let's see. That's the end here. Okay, no, this actually looks better from the text result. From the text result, Shibbo says, he suddenly charged at Utsugi and got caught. Wah! It's my fault! It's all my fault!
Miroku no baka ga!
In the English version, InuYasha says, Miroku, you idiot! I don't expect this translation to be too different. It'll either be the same or he'll say, Miroku, that idiot! I mean, yeah, it is close to the English version. From the screenshot translation, InuYasha says, you idiot, Miroku! Yeah, that's what the text result comes out with, too. Alright. In the English version, Kagome says, this is terrible, we have to hurry! From the screenshot, Kagome says, oh no, let's hurry! I don't know, that feels a little... That doesn't sound right with what she starts with. I'd almost say go with the English version of this is bad, or this is terrible, or even have it be, this is bad. As for the let's hurry, I definitely think that's not the case, so let's throw that in the text. Okay. The text translation result is actually pretty close to the English version, with Kagome apparently saying, this is terrible, let's hurry! However, since there is Atash Tachi, which should usually be we, I think another way to translate this would be, this is really bad, we have to hurry! I think that would work perfectly fine. Well, no. Let's see. In the English version, Kaname says, what should we do? Miroku is... From the screenshot, though, Kaname says, what should I do? Miroku-sama. Okay. From the text results, Kaname instead says, "What should I do? Miroku." So this is an interesting case where I could accept it being either what should I do or what should we do. The former would be Kaname or Kururugi, because, funny enough, in the English version, at least from what I remember, I could be mistaken because it's been a long freaking time since I did Songo's romance route. Miroku still ends up getting, is still the one that you have to go and rescue, not Songo. So Kururugi's thoughts being, what should I do, is they're conflicted on what they should do, especially in Mitru's case, if on a Songo romance route, because on a Songo romance route, Mitru has very not good thoughts in regards to Miroku at this point. But another way to look at it is, considering Utsugi is involved, and the last time they fought Utsugi, Kururugi got absolutely blasted. Like, they would not have confidence in their abilities if they had to fight Utsugi again. Because no fight with Utsugi ever turned out in a victory. But if you have it as what should we do, like the English version has, then really the only way to take it is an issue with the competence and ability, especially in regards to the whole group, because again, Kururugi faced Utsugi themselves and got handily got their ass beat. So Kururugi being like, I really don't think we stand a chance against Utsugi. So if we go, what the hell could we even do?
大丈夫。奉仕様はね、そんな簡単には死なないから。
In the English version, Songo says, "It's okay. Miroku won't be defeated that easily." From the screenshot, Songo instead says, "Don't worry. The monk won't die that easily." Showing that, yeah, Songo absolutely has confidence in Miroku. The text translation result comes out the exact same as the screenshot.
でも相手は宇津木だよ。もしかしたらもう。
And yeah, like the text here pretty much pretty much adds to the idea that it could be the whole confidence thing, because it's Utsugi. In the English version, Kaname says, "But it's Utsugi we're talking about here. Maybe he's already..." Here's again. Kururugi fought Utsugi once before and got, like, no contest, just got completely destroyed. So Kururugi has an idea of how powerful Utsugi is. From the screenshot translation, Kaname says, "But the opponent is Utsugi. Maybe he's already..." And the text result comes out the same. Okay. So yeah, like, this definitely leads that Kururugi is afraid to fight Utsugi again. So, knowing that Miroku is being attacked by Utsugi, is like, oh shit. Oh shit, this is not going to go well.
絶対に生きてるさ。
Let's see. In the English version, Sango says, I know he's still alive. From the screenshot, Sango says, he's definitely alive. I don't think the screenshot or the text result would be any different from that. Yeah, Sango says he's definitely alive in the text result.
どうしてそんなことが言い切れるの？
In the English version, Kururugi says, How can you say that? From the screenshot, Kaname says, How can you say that? Okay, same as the English version, so I don't think the text result will be too different, if at all. I mean, it's a little different in the wording, but otherwise it's the same as far as meaning goes. From the text result, Kaname says, How can you be so sure? In the English version, Sango says, because I want to be with him. From the screenshot result, Sango says, because I want to be with the monk. There is another part to this. One moment. Sorry about that. Let's see here. In the English version, Sango concludes here with, no matter how much of a ladies' man he is, no matter how much I worry about him, I want him to live. From the screenshot result, okay. The screenshot result does kind of a little weird. The result it's giving me for Sango is, no matter how careless a girl you are, no matter how much you worry about her, I want you to live a healthy life. I feel like the translation should be, no matter how careless with girls he is, no matter how much I worry about him, I want him to live a healthy life. I'll grab the text and throw it in. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Definitely better. The text result it's giving me for both halves with Sango is, because I want to be with the monk. No matter how careless he is with girls, no matter how much he worries about me, I want him to live a healthy life. Instead of no matter how much he worries about me, I think it should be no matter how much I worry about him, because that would line up with the English version. But also, the dialogue here with Sango is a little interesting, because there is a similarity with in regards to Kagome and InuYasha. I had a discussion with someone a little, like about a month back, I think, about this game. And they seemed certain that the quote-unquote intended canon protagonist of the game is Kaname, because in the English version, even if you play as Michiru, there are quite a few instances where they accidentally use the she her pronouns when referring to you, which easily could have just been the English localization team just flubbing with the translations. But considering what I've discussed in the last stream, 2 streams ago, regarding certain events in the Japanese version of the game, Michiru and Kaname do have very distinct differences between them, especially in regards to their personalities and how they treat other characters and another characters pretty specifically. So from the Japanese version, you could easily say that really it doesn't matter. And honestly, it doesn't. But once you get to this scene, on as either Michiru or Kaname, on whichever romance route, it will be the same with the related characters. So if you're on Kagome's or InuYasha's romance route, the scene here will be the same, with Kagome being the last one to leave, and Kururugi has a conversation with Kagome about going to save Kikyo. While on the InuYasha Kagome route, everyone leaves to go and rescue Kikyo from Utsugi and Kana, and Kagome is the last one to leave. And Kururugi has a conversation with Kagome about going to save Kikyo, even though Kagome really does not like Kikyo. And Kagome says that even though she might not like Kikyo, if she didn't go to help her, then, like, what would that say about her? But also, she wants to be there for InuYasha. Whereas here, with Miroku being the one in trouble, Songo is the last one to leave, and Kururugi has a conversation with her. And so, and while Kururugi feels conflicted about going to fight Utsugi because they know how powerful Utsugi is and thinks that there's a likely chance Miroku is dead, Songo feels absolutely certain that Miroku is still alive. And as we just showed, Songo reveals, that she definitely cares about him a lot and wants to be with him. Because of this, I do feel like Michiru might be the more quote-unquote intended protagonist of the game, because it's the girl he likes that's telling him that she wants to be with the other guy who has become Michiru's love rival. Whereas with Kaname, it's her rival saying why she's going, which I don't think Kaname would really need to have a discussion about that. For Kagome, sure, because again, Kaname discovered that Kagome doesn't like Kikyo. So it's questioning, if you don't like her, why are you going? But then with Songo, it is still a little weird, but again, is more Songo being like, I don't care if Utsugi is that much stronger than us. I'm sure he's alive, and I'm going to go and try to save him. And that more or less turns into Songo telling Kaname to get her ass in gear. to say it and protect the person she likes if she truly has feelings for them. So again, this might come off as biased, and I am very much biased in regards to this game, but it does feel like Mitru is, at least from the Japanese version's perspective, given the differences between Mitru and Kaname that are present and displayed, that Mitru is quote unquote intended to be the game's the protagonist of the game's story.
サンゴちゃん
I don't need to translate this. It's just Kururugi saying Sango's name, but I do need the text. Yeah, like and then especially from Mitru's perspective, at this part, when Kagome or Sango explains why they're still willing to go, it especially tells Mitru that if he does want to try and pursue Sango or Kagome, that he needs to show that he can step up regardless. Even if it's someone that he doesn't like or someone that he's gained negative feelings towards, that he should still try to help.
そうだよね急ごうサンゴちゃん
Let's see, in the English version, Kaname says, I completely understand. Let's hurry. From the screenshot, Kaname says, that's right. Let's hurry, Sango. Let's grab the text. From the text result, Kururugi instead says, Sango-chan. You're right. Let's hurry, Sango-chan.
Yeah, 助かりました.
In the English version, Miroku just says, thanks for helping me. From the screenshot, Miroku says, hey, that was helpful. I think it could also be, hey, thanks for the help. Look at that! The text translation result agrees with me, with having Miroku say, hey, thanks for the help.
あれうつぎの姿が見えないけど
In the English version, Kagome says, that's weird. I don't see Utsugi anywhere. From the screenshot result, Kagome instead says, oh, I don't see Utsugi. Let's see. Okay. From the text result, Kagami says, I can't see Utsugi anywhere.
みんな気をつけて。来るよ。
From the English version, Kaname says, everyone be careful, she's coming! From the screenshot result, Kaname says, watch out everyone, she's coming! The text translation result instead has Kaname saying, everyone be careful, she's coming!
あなたの魂ちょうだい。
In the English version, Kana says, give me your soul. From the screenshot, she says, give me your soul. I mean, yeah, there's that. If you want to go off the wording order of the Japanese text, it could be your soul. Give it to me. But, whatever. And now for... honestly, a really weird fight in regards to the series. From a gameplay perspective, it's a really good fight. Because... she's got this shit going on where she can just throw back your attacks at you. The only attack she can't block are co-op attacks, which is funny. But otherwise, like, if this were a fight in the actual series, I don't see how this would work. Oh shit, right. Sorry, InuYasha. Oh, good thing Kaname's got energy. And like, while I'm not sure how far along the manga was by the time this game came out, I feel like if this fight would have been the point... I actually don't know if I went on about this when I fought Kana previously when playing as Michiru, but I feel like this fight would be the point where Kana summons her mirror demon to fight for her. Especially considering after the fight, Kana's just gone. Like, she's not around anymore. You don't see her body after this fight. No one mentions her. So it's kind of like... it has to be that she's dead or something. Jeez.
Yes.
Like, from both the manga and final act, once that mirror demon of Kana's is destroyed, Kana dies with it, so just from a story perspective, that's the only way I could see this fight going, unless Kana somehow had a lot of backup, which, no.
私の言うこと聞いて。どっちが敵なの？
I don't think you have a purification. Uh-oh. Give me a moment. If you have something that heals... No, that's scan. One ally status. Hell yeah.
行きますよ。
よし。
No. What would I just... No, not really.
燃え盛る炎よ、光の刃となれ。どう？返してあげる。
Yeah.
来い。
Yes.
耐えてやる。おし。
これからですよ。
Get your speed up because of that. Okay, no, that was the revive. Whoops. Oh, god damn it. Actually, okay, no, you lost your defenses. Got it. Shippo. Actually, no, let's throw yours up. There we go. Okay.
よし。
サンゴは強いな。
うん。これではどうです。食らえ。うん。
よし。流れゆく大河よ、その恵みを与えよ。
すまない。
行くぞ。爆雷術。参ったか。
やるわね、しっぽちゃん。私の言うこと。
You really like targeting her, don't you?
どっちが敵なの？
Okay.
しゃあ。カメ。
Probably should have just done a wind scar and then
行くぞカメ。
whatever.
やってみる。
どっちが敵なの？
No, that's unfortunate.
来い。くたばりな、ヒライコ。よし。
魂ちょうだい。
ほらか。行くぞ。爆雷術。参ったか。
いいぞしっぽ。
Hmm. Okay, okay.
行きますよ。
しゃあ。往生しやがれ。風の傷。もらった。
There we go.
He, 口ほどにもねえ奴らだ。
But honestly, I do feel like this is a good spot for us to take another quick break. And we're back.
なんとか倒せたね。
I do like that heavy breath at the start from the Japanese version, though. That is absolutely not present in the English version. Let's see here. In the English version, Kaname says, "We did it somehow." From the screenshot, it's a bit more explicit, with Kururugi saying, "We managed to defeat them. We managed to defeat her." So, if nothing else, this is where they explicitly say that Kana is dead. Like, no two ways about it. Yeah, even from the text result, Kururugi says, "We managed to defeat them." So it should be, "We managed to defeat her." So, yeah, Japanese version makes it very explicit that she is dead. Dead. The English version only makes it just makes it vague with "we did it somehow," as in like somehow we won, but no mention of Kana actually being dead. Japanese version again, like very explicit. She is gone. Hi, Kikyo.
Kikyo?
I don't need to throw that in the translator. InuYasha's just saying Kikyo's name. It's because he's surprised she showed up.
カンナの気配を追ってきたが、どうやら遅かったようだな。
Let's see. In the English version, Kikyo says, I sensed Kana and went after her, but I guess I was too late. From the screenshot, however, Kikyo says, I followed Kana's presence, but it seems I was too late. And again, like, this pretty much implies if Kikyo was going after Kana's presence, she would keep going wherever Kana had fucked off to. But she stops here because Kana's not here anymore. But it's also weird because Kana is kind of supposed to be like this void demon. Because whoever she's near, people can't sense their presence. So how can Kikyo sense Kana's presence if Kana is supposed to be able to mask another's presence and not have one herself? The text translation for Kikyo is the same as the screenshot. I followed Kana's presence, but it seems I was too late.
キキョ、私。
I don't need to throw that in the translator. Kururugi's just saying, Kikyo, I...
お前はずいぶん明るい顔になったな。
This is a multi-parter. Also, having Kikyo pause here is interesting. Like, a good kind of interesting. In the English version, Kikyo just says, you look much more cheerful now. From the screenshot, Kikyo saying, your face has become much brighter. Considering in Japanese she starts with omae wa and then pauses, I think the translation here should be you. Your face has become much brighter. Let's grab the text. Oh shit! No, that translation actually looks a lot better. From the text result, Kikyo apparently starts by saying, you look so much brighter now. Let's see what happens if I move it here. Okay, so I'm getting 3 results so far. Either the, you look a lot brighter now, for the first one. The second one is your face has become much brighter, matching up with the screenshot result. And the third result is your face has brightened up a lot. But again, just considering that pause at the start, I do think you look so much brighter now is a bit better and a little more accurate.
どうやらお前も自分の答えを見つけたようだな。
In the English version, Kikyo concludes here with, you must have found the answers you were looking for. Let's see. From the screenshot, Kikyo says, No, something's causing an issue there, so let's just grab the text. And throw that in. Ooh, that's pretty good. From the text result, with both halves together, Kikyo says, "You look so much brighter now. It seems you, too, have found your answer."
Mm. 自分の気持ちに正直にみんなと一緒に進んでみる。
From the English version, Kururugi responds with, "Yes, I learned to be honest with myself. And now I am journeying with my friends." Japanese version, she starts with a confirming nod. So the rest of it is, "I'll be honest with my feelings and move forward together with everyone." Okay. Let's grab the text, see if that comes up with anything different. No, same results as the screenshot. "I'll be honest with my feelings and move forward together with everyone." I also wouldn't be against... I wouldn't be against changing the start to "I'm being honest with my feelings and moving forward together with everyone." But it still works.
そうか。
I don't need to translate that. English version has her say, "I see." The translation for Kikyo here should be "I see" as well, but it could also be, "Is that so?"
そういえばうつぎがおらんかったが、どこに行ってしまったんじゃ。
Let's see. In the English version, Shippo says, "I didn't see Utsugi anywhere. Where did she go?" From the screenshot result, Shippo says, "Now that I think of it, Utsugi is gone. Where did she go?" Let's grab the text. Same results. Shippo saying, "Now that I think about it, Utsugi isn't here. Where did she go?"
それなんですが、みんなが来る直前に朝霧島の奈落に会いに行くと。
In the English version, Miroku says, "Well, when everyone was on their way here, she said she was going to meet Naraku on Asagiri Island." From the screenshot result, Miroku says, "About that, just before everyone else arrived, we went to meet Naraku on Asagiri Island." Let's see, copy text from this. The text result's a little different, with Miroku saying, "About that, she went to meet Naraku on Asagiri Island just before everyone else arrived." Honestly, either result is pretty good, and though the English version is also fairly alright.
朝霧島。
I don't need to translate that, that's just Kururugi repeating Asagiri Island.
朝霧島なら この先の潮騒の村から船に乗れば行けるはず。
Two-parter here. In the English version, Kikyo starts with, if you want to go to Asagiri Island, take a boat from Shiosai Village. From the screenshot result, Kikyo says, if you want to go to Asagiri Island, you should be able to get there by boat from Shiosai Village up ahead. Alright. Honestly, I do like the wording of that better than the English version. Let's throw that in the text and grab the other half. From the text result so far, Kikyo says, if you're going to Asagiri Island, you should be able to get there by boat from Shiosai Village up ahead. Yeah, okay. Same as the screenshot result.
早く行くがいい。
In the English version, Kikyo concludes here with, you should go quickly. I feel like the translation here will be, you'd better hurry. Or you should hurry. Let's see, from the screenshot. The screenshot actually matches the English version with Kikyo saying, you should go quickly. Let's see what happens when I add it. It is a little different. So together for Kikyo, the translation results comes out as, if you're going to Asagiri Island, you should be able to get there by boat from Shiosai Village up ahead. You'd better get there quickly. I kind of like that one.
Kikyo, どこに行くんだ?
I don't need to translate this part because InuYasha and Kikyo have the same exchange here, even if you're on, like, no matter which route. InuYasha's just asking where Kikyo's going, and Kikyo says that they'll meet again.
InuYasha, また会おう。
Kikyo.
キキョありがとう。
I don't need to translate that. Kururugi is just thanking Kikyo for the help earlier. Go there. Okay. All right.
さて、朝霧島に向かうとしますか。
In the English version, Miroku says, well, should we head towards Asagiri Island? From the screenshot, Miroku asks, now, shall we head to Asagiri Island?
キキョも言ってたけど、まずは潮騒の村へ行って船を探さないとね。
In the English version, Songo says, we need to go to Shiosai Village first and look for a boat, like Kikyo said. From the screenshot result, Songo says, like Kikyo said, we first need to go to Shiosai Village and find a boat. Weirdly enough, it actually fully translated Shiosai Village to Village of the Sound of Waves. Okay. Let's just grab the text for that. From the text results, it's the same as the screenshot result, but yeah, it should just be, like Kikyo said, we first need to go to Shiosai Village and find a boat. From the English version, Shippo says, the sea, the sea. It's been ages since I've been there. Which is a little interesting. I don't know if it's a result of whether you play as Michiru or Kaname, or if it's a result of being on either InuYasha or Kagome's route, or Sango or Miroku's route. But I do definitely remember from the Michiru playthrough on Kagome's route in the English version, Shippo instead says, the sea, the sea. It's been ages since I've been to the sea. Just a little weird thing. From the screenshot result, Shippo just says, the sea, the sea. It's been a while. Let's see. The text result is the same as the screenshot result. I feel like for the translation, instead of it's been a while, I could see it as being it's been a long time. That's the best I can think of. Unless, of course, I wanted to go with the other version, which is it's been ages since we've been to this since we've been to the sea. Yeah, whatever.
船か。
In the English version, Kagome says, a boat, huh? From the screenshot result, Kagome apparently just says, a boat? But considering how she said it, it's definitely more a case of she's kind of daydreaming about it while saying it. So it's less formed as a question and more like she's thinking of what it would be like to be on a boat.
男の子とボートに乗ってデート。ちょっと憧れるシチュエーションだよね。
And unlike with Michiru, who it's been a while so I don't quite remember, essentially says it's every guy's dream to go on a cruise with a girl. Kaname in the English version says, a date with a boy on a boat. Now that's a situation I'd like to be in. From the screenshot result, Kaname instead says, going on a boat date with a guy. It's a situation that everyone dreams of. Let's grab the text. It is a little bit different, though. From the text result, Kaname says, going on a boat date with a guy. It's a pretty desirable situation, isn't it?
そうでしょ。私も今同じこと考えてたの。
Oh, Kagome sounding so excited about it. In the English version, Kagome said, I know, I was just thinking the same thing. From the screenshot result, Kagome says, isn't that so? I was thinking the same thing just now. From the text result, Kagome says, right? I was just thinking the same thing. Honestly, Yeah, I kind of like the text result here for Kagome. It actually matches up with what I was thinking the result should be or was going to be. Especially with the first part of, instead of "isn't that so," with "right?" Like, yeah, Kagome's definitely getting excited over the idea.
何言ってんだ？ちゃんと俺にわかる言葉で喋りやがれ。
And then InuYasha, just being InuYasha, in the English version, he says, "What are you saying? Talk in words I can understand." Let's see. From the screenshot result, InuYasha instead says, "What are you saying? Speak in words I can understand." Well, let's see. The text result is actually pretty... Well, they're better. With InuYasha saying, "What are you talking about? Just speak in words I can understand." It's not too different from the screenshot result.
ごめんなさい。私たちの世界じゃ男の子が漕ぐ船に女の子が乗って。
This is a multi-parter, so this is going to be a bit... In the English version, Kaname says, "I'm sorry. In our world, a boy will take a girl on a date in a paddle boat." From the screenshot result, Kaname says, "Oh, sorry. In our world, a girl rides in a boat rowed by a boy." Let's grab the text here. From the text results so far, Kaname says, "Oh, sorry. In our world, girls ride in boats rowed by boys." One moment. Okay.
二人でおしゃべりしたりするんだよ。
In the English version, Kaname concludes here with, "and they'll talk and things like that." From the screenshot result, Kaname concludes with, "Together we chat and stuff." Let's see here. Okay. From the text results, Kaname says, "Oh, sorry. In our world, a boy rows a boat with a girl in it, and the two of them chat." Alright.
Hmm. あなたは誰かと二人きりで船に乗りたいわけですな。
In the English version, Miroku says, "So, you want to go on a paddle boat alone with someone?" From the screenshot result, Miroku says, "Well, you want to go on a boat alone with someone?" I feel like that first part is supposed to be him going, like he's thinking. Let's see. Ah, there we go. The text result is a lot better. With Miroku saying, I bet you'd like to go on a boat ride alone with someone.
誰と乗りたいんじゃ？
In the English version, Shippo asks, who do you want to go with? From the screenshot result, Shippo asks, who do you want to ride with? Let's grab the text. I don't think it'll be too different. Yeah, text results comes out the same as the screenshot translation. Who do you want to ride with? Okay.
急にそんなこと言われても、私は。
Okay. Bit of a different start. In the English version, Kaname reacts with, what? You can't ask me that. From the Japanese text, it looks like the first part instead of what would be, huh? But we'll see. From the text result, Kaname reacts with, huh? You can't suddenly ask that. Let's grab the text. The text result is actually a little worse in that case, coming out as, what? You're suddenly saying that? Like, considering she says sona usually means is usually used in the translation of sona is usually in the case of, like, you can't be serious. So I do think the translation from the screenshot result it is a bit better with, huh? You can't suddenly ask that. Or, you can't ask me that all of a sudden.
おや、顔が赤いですよ。今度はあなたが風邪をひいてしまいましたかね。
Let's see. In the English version, Miroku reacts with, huh, your face has gone red. Are you sick now? From the screenshot, however, Miroku says, oh, your face is red. Maybe you've caught a cold now. Let's see what the text comes out with. From the text result, Miroku is saying, oh, your face is red. I have no idea how to read that second part because it looks really bugged, so I think a better translation here would be, oh, your face is turning red. Could you have caught a cold? I don't know, that just feels like the better possible outcome.
弥勒様、本当に鈍いんだから。
And of course, if you were on InuYasha's romance route, InuYasha would make a remark instead, and Kaname's reaction here would be towards InuYasha instead of Miroku. In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts are, Miroku is so blunt. But from the screenshot translation, Kaname's inner thoughts are instead, Miroku-sama, you're so slow. Okay, yeah, no idea where the English version decided to go with you're so blunt. Huh. The text result is the same as the screenshot result being, Miroku-sama, you're so slow.
で、意中のお相手はどなたなのですか？
In the English version, Miroku asks, so, whom does your heart desire? See, now, that is where I have Kaname attribute Miroku to being blunt. Because, like, he's being incredibly straightforward with this question. In the... from the translation, it's not too different, but... from the screenshot result, Miroku is asking, so, who's the person you have your eye on? Honestly, just going with, like, even though I'm not as familiar with the InuYasha series as I used to be, the familiarity I do have with Miroku, I do feel the English version having him say, whom does your heart desire, is a bit more in line with who Miroku is. That definitely sounds more like something that he'd say. Let's grab the text. And from the text result... Okay. The text result is different, but... I feel like even that is a better outcome for Miroku. From the text result, Miroku is asking, so, who's the person you have your heart set on? Being very direct, but also very much in line with what Miroku would ask.
いいじゃない、そんなこと。女の子はいろいろあるんだから。
Let's see. In the English version, Kaname responds with, come on, I don't have to tell you. It's a lot more complicated than that for girls. From the screenshot result... Screenshot result's a little weird. Apparently having Kaname say, that's fine, girls are all different. I don't know, that doesn't feel like... It feels like there's supposed to be more to that. No, even the text translation comes out with that result. What? Hold on. What? What happens if I move this? No, same result. Hmm. I'm gonna do something a little weird here. Let's see. Oh, that... Okay. I don't know why it's translating Ijanai Sonakoto as that's fine. Because it does seem more like something that would come out as... You can't just ask that kind of thing. Let's see about that other one. Or, you can't just ask something like that. And then the other part, when isolated, translates to because there are many kinds of girls. Yeah, no, that's a little weird. I feel like... if I wanted to go off the English version's take, which feels like it's giving more, the translation I'd probably take is... you can't just ask something like that. It's complicated for girls. I don't know, like, something like that I feel is what the translation should be.
じゃあ同じ女の子の私には教えてくれるんだよね。
In the English version, Songo chimes in with, "But you'll tell me, right? 'Cause I'm a girl." Oh, this is a good bit, though. This is a good bit. From the text result, Songo chimes in with, "So you'll tell me since I'm a girl too, right?" Songo wanting to try and get in on that girl talk. From the text result, I actually think I'd go with the screenshot result a bit. Say that the screenshot result's a bit better, because the text result has Songo saying, "So you'll tell me, a girl, right?" Yeah, I think the screenshot result of, "So you'll tell me since I'm a girl too, right?" is better between the two translation results.
内緒。
In the English version, Kaname just says, "It's a secret." From the screenshot result, Kaname says, "No secret." I don't know, that seems a little weird. Okay, the text result does seem a little better, with the result being, "Hey, that's a secret." I, for the Japanese, since she says it as naisho, I think the translation should come out as secret. But if I were to actually give it a translated result, I think it should be, it's a secret.
サンゴちゃん、ごめん。
And there we go. From the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts start with, "Sorry, Songo." Which is also what the screenshot result translation comes out to. So let's grab the other half.
私、やっぱり弥勒様のことが好き。たとえ口に出さないまま終わってもいいの。
More than a half. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts continue with, "I think I really do like Miroku, but it can pass without me ever having said anything." From the screenshot, the translation for Kaname comes out as, "I still love Miroku-sama, but it's okay if I never say it out loud." Okay. so far from the text translation result, Kaname's inner thoughts are, sorry, Sango-chan. I still love Miroku-sama. And I'm fine with it ending without ever saying it out loud.
だけど仕方がないって諦めるのだけは嫌。
Jeez, there is a lot more here. Let's see. In the English version, Kaname continues with, but I don't want to give up, just because there's no use. From the screenshot result, Kaname's thoughts continue with, but I don't want to just give up and say it can't be helped. Okay. So the text result changed slightly with that. And now it currently comes out as, sorry, Sango. I still love Miroku-sama. And I'm fine with not saying it out loud. But I don't want to give up and say it can't be helped.
自分の気持ちは止められないから。
In the English version, Kaname's thoughts conclude with, I can't stop the way I feel. Let's see. From the screenshot result, Kaname's thoughts conclude with, because I can't stop my feelings. Okay. And put that at the end. From the... Okay. Okay. So with all of that together now, the text translation for Kaname's inner thoughts here are, sorry, Sango. I still love Miroku, and I'm okay with not saying it out loud. But I don't want to give up and say it can't be helped. I can't stop my feelings. I mean, there's nothing to go to, so I'm just gonna save real quick. And head on in. Go this way. To the middle house.
いいもの見つけちゃった。
And there's the whale tail. Perfect, that's everything I need. Now I just need to count out the fights. I don't need to translate anything for a little bit, because, again, I've translated it before already, and it's not any different between Mitra and Kaname, so...
すいません、朝霧島って知ってますか？
なんじゃ、言葉も出んくらい恐ろしい島なのか。
for this, the English version absolutely dropped the ball by having Shippo apparently try to interpret what the old man here was saying, with the English version having Shippo say, what? It's too dangerous to go, and something. But the translation actually came out with, is the place too scary to talk about?
無人島だって聞いてますけど、どんな島なんですか？
おい、俺たちのことバカにしてんのか？
But since the old man isn't saying anything and just nodding, InuYasha thinks he's fucking with them.
わあ、犬やしゃ、手最後から手離して。
Admittedly, the English line read here for both Michiru and Kaname is really good, being like, InuYasha, put down the Tetsaiga!
私たち朝霧島に行きたいんですけど。
ノリ。
ありがとうございます。無口だけどいい人でよかったわね。
なんか面白くねえ感じだけどな。やっと着いたか。
お前のせいで到着が遅れてしまったじゃありませんか。
なんで俺のせいなんだよ。
犬やしゃが手伝うとか言ってバカ力でこうから船がまっすぐ進まなかったんじゃろ。
俺は少しでも早く島に行こうとしただけだぜ。
帰りは漁師さんに任せましょうね、犬やしゃ。
くそー。
漁師さん、仕事の合間で構わないですから、たまに様子を見に来てくれませんか？
うん。
じゃあお願いします、漁師さん。
お、船じゃ。他に誰かいるのかの？
船があるってことは誰かいるんだろうね。でも一体誰なんだ？
気境の匂いだ。
秘境じゃと？何のために来たのじゃ？
Alright, back to counting fights. This makes number 4.
退治してやる。
はい。
流れゆく大河よ、その恵みを与えよ。
すまねえ。
ほらか。行くぞ。くらえ。
よし。往生しやがれ。鬼神決闘。
Okay.
行きますよ。
We're probably the problem to look out for. Because if you heal, which I wouldn't be surprised. There we go.
くたばりな、飛来骨。よし。
Pretty good, pretty good.
負けないわよ。浄化して。やった。
There we go.
悪い奴らになんか負けない。みんな気をつけて。
Ah, crap. Okay.
はい。燃え盛る炎よ。光の刃となれ。やった。
はい。行きますよ。風間。これに懲りても
Sure.
よく来たな。
なんだてめえ。
この島に人気がないのはこいつのせいなのかな。それにしてはちっちゃいけど。
うるせえ、ちっちゃいって言うな。
そう言われてもやっぱりちっちゃいし。
So, with Kagome's line there in the English version, for whatever reason, they decided to repeat her I don't have much self-control line from when she had that conversation with Kururugi in Minamo Village, which made no sense. Here, the translation with the Flame Demon saying, don't call me small, Kagome is saying, like, was basically saying, just because you ask us to do that, like, you're still small. Even if you ask that, you're still small.
くだらねえ。こんなのに構ってられっかよ。
おい待て、動くな。
もうなんなの。私たち忙しいんだから、用があるならさっさと言いなよ。
いいのか、そんな口聞いて。お前たちの立っている道の下にはな、俺様が仕掛けた火薬がたっぷり埋まってるんだぜ。
なんだって。
And for a flame demon, it somehow managed to bury a bunch of gunpowder. Somehow without setting it off. Okay.
そういえば、そこら中に掘り返したような跡があるぞ。この導火線に火をつければ、お前たちは木っ端みじんなんだぞ。どうだ、驚いたか。 驚いたって言えよ。
驚いたよ。
もう俺様のことを小さいなんて言わないか？
言わない。もうあなたが小さいなんて言わないよ。
So, the demon is basically threatening, like, if we don't do as it says, it'll blow us up. And then he's like, so you're not going to call me small anymore, right? Kururugi steps up and says, we won't. I promise we won't call you small anymore. Only to accidentally fuck up.
言っちゃった。
In the English version, they have Kururugi respond here with, oh no. But from how they sound here, the translation is more like, crap, I did. Which I mentioned during the other, the previous translation attempt, during the Kagami romance route. It more gives the sense of, fuck, I screwed up.
こうなったらお前のところから火をつけてやる。死んでしまえ。
そんな。
危ない。
And then, of course, this part is different depending on whose route you're on. The person who reacts along with Kururugi is whoever they're routed with. In the English version, Miroku calls out, run! But it sounds more like he's saying, look out! Uh-oh. Well, I accidentally closed that, so let's try again. From the screenshot results, Miroku apparently is calling out, it's dangerous! I still think having the translation be, look out, would be a bit more appropriate. Yeah, even the text translation has Miroku calling out, it's dangerous, but I still think, look out, works just fine. And then he's just screaming because he got caught in the blast too. But I do think this is a good spot to take one more quick break. And we're back. Now, let's see what happens with this fine mess.
Miroku sama.
In the English version, Kaname just says, Miroku? From the screenshot results, the translation here is, Miroku-sama. From the text result, honestly, it shouldn't be any different. Yeah. Just kind of pained groans and then calling out, wondering where Miroku is. I don't even need to translate this. She's just shocked and calls out to Miroku. Ooh, you can actually hear the panic in her voice compared to the English version. In the English version, Kaname just calls out, Miroku! Hang on! Don't die! Don't! From the screenshot translation, Kaname says, Miroku-sama, pull yourself together, Miroku-sama! I don't want you to die!
おう、あなたでしたか。元気そうで何よりです。
Oh, right. I forgot to throw that in the text translator, so let me just do that real quick. Okay, the text translation for Kaname in that previous scene is a little worse, coming out as, Miroku-sama, pull yourself together, Miroku-sama! Don't die! So the screenshot translation for Kaname is better than the text translation result, but I do think instead of pull yourself together, I could see it instead being hang in there. Alright, let's see. Multi-parter for Miroku here. In the English version, Miroku starts with, what's going on? Thank goodness you're alright. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, oh, it's you. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I feel like that needs to be reworded, so let's see what the text comes out with. From the text result, Miroku says, oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Okay. That's better. I do think instead of I'm glad to see you're doing well, it could be I'm glad to see you're alright. And comparatively, yeah, I do like the text translation results here for Miroku over what the English version has. But let's see what else he's got.
どこか痛いとこはありませんか?
In the English version, Miroku asks, does anything hurt? From the screenshot result, he asks, is there anywhere that hurts? I think I could see that being reworded to, are you hurt anywhere? Let's see. The text result has it as, does anything hurt? So, the full text result from Miroku comes out as, oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Does anything hurt? Which, again, I could see it being reworded as, I'm glad to see you're alright. Are you hurt anywhere?
大丈夫、大丈夫だよ。弥勒様はどっか痛いとこない？
In the English version, Kaname says, I'm fine, I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt? From the screenshot, results, Kaname says, it's okay, it's okay. Which I think would be fine as, I'm okay, I'm okay. What about Miroku-sama? Does it hurt anywhere? Let's grab the text. From the text result, the text result for Kaname comes out as, it's okay, it's okay. How about you, Miroku? Does anything hurt? Again, I do think I could see it being reworded as, I'm okay, I'm okay. How about you, Miroku? Are you hurt anywhere? Putting the emphasis on you to redirect the question back at him.
強いて言えば、あなたが掴んでいるところですかね。
Let's see. In the English version, Miroku says, right where you're touching, actually. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, if I had to say, it would be the part you're holding. Okay, wording-wise, that definitely is a bit more in line with how Miroku would speak. Let's check the text. The text result isn't that good, though. Apparently having Miroku say, well, I guess it's the part you're holding on to. So I think... while the screenshot result is better than the text result, I think to reword it, it would be... If I had to say, it would be right where you're touching me. It would be right where you're touching me, actually. Because, like, wording-wise, it absolutely would fit with how Miroku speaks. And it does make things different between each of the other routes, because in the English version, Miroku and Kagome both say right where you're touching, actually, as their answer to Kururugi asking if they're hurt anywhere. While from the Japanese version, I believe Kagome still says right where you're touching me, but Miroku's response is definitely different enough that it's, while still fitting what he would say. Or how he would say it. I don't need to throw that in the translator. English version, Kaname goes, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. The translation here should just be in, oh, I'm sorry.
嘘ですよ。嘘に決まってるじゃないですか。大丈夫です。
Okay, now this is definitely a difference. In the English version, for whatever reason, Miroku decides to insult Kaname, saying idiot. I'm obviously kidding. I'm fine, really. That honestly is more in line with something InuYasha would say. So I'm curious what the translation for Miroku is. From the screenshot result, Miroku apparently is saying, that's a lie. Of course it's a lie. I'm okay. Let's see. Let's go in the text. Yeah, no, text result comes out the same as the screenshot result. So yeah, like, the English version having Miroku call Kaname an idiot just feels so out of character for him. Like, it's definitely something more in line with what InuYasha would say, because InuYasha is fucking stubborn. So, If I were to reword it to still fit the translation, I think I'd have it be as, that was a lie. Of course I was lying. I'm okay. And I don't need to translate that. He's groaning in pain. In the English version, they have him go, ah! I don't need to translate that. She's just calling out Miroku's name in worry. In the English version, Miroku says, ugh, I can't move. This isn't good. From the screenshot result, screenshot result comes out weird, so I'm gonna throw that in the text. I think that first part is Kusto? Or Kutsu, apparently. The text translation result here is a little weird, too. Alright, so I guess I need to give context for this. From the screenshot result, Miroku's translation apparently comes out as shoes. Isn't that a bit bad? While the text translation from comes out as shoes. Are they a little unpleasant? Considering I'm pretty sure that first part is supposed to be so, it should. I'd be willing to accept it as Miroku cursing damn, because the English version of the game won't have it be shit. Even though that would also work. But otherwise, I think it would be not good. I can't move. So, the full translation for Miroku here, I do feel should be, damn, not good. I can't move. Actually, hold on. Maybe instead of having Miroku say, I can't move, because in the English version, Kaname asks, you can't move? While the screenshot result has Kaname asking the same thing, you can't move? Or rather, can't you move? The text result for Kaname comes out as it won't move, but I'd be fine with the can't you move? Or you can't move? So I think for Miroku, his translation then would be, damn, this isn't good. In the English version, Miroku says, guess I got banged up pretty good in the explosion. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, yes, it seems that I hit it. It seems I hit it hard when I was thrown off. Let's check the text on that. From the text result, text result's not that good either. From the screenshot result, Miroku apparently says, yes, it seems I hit it hard when I was thrown off. The text result is, yes, it seems I hit it hard when I was knocked away. I think I'd reword it to, yes, it seems I got hit hard when we were knocked, when we were thrown away. Yeah, that sounds better. It seems that I got hit hard when we were thrown away.
無理に動かなくていいからお願いだから休んで。
From the English version, Kaname says, "Try not to move. Please, just rest." From the screenshot, Kaname says, "You don't have to force yourself to move. Please, just rest." Let's grab the text. From the text result, Kaname says, "You don't have to force yourself to move. Please, just rest." So, same thing as the screenshot result.
そうですね。それにしても、あなたが元気でほっとしましたよ。
In the English version, Miroku says, "Yes, but I'm very glad that you're safe." From the screenshot, Miroku apparently says, "I agree. Anyway, I'm relieved to see you're doing well." I would be willing to have that be, "I'm glad to see you're safe." It could also be, "I'm glad to see you're unharmed," because as far as he knows, for the moment, Kaname is unharmed, despite being thrown by that explosion earlier. From the text translation result, Miroku says, "That's right. So relieved to hear you're doing well." So, the screenshot translation, I feel, is better than the text results. I do think instead of "I agree" to, I would be willing to swap it out for "You're right," as a different way to agree with Kaname saying that he should rest. And then changing "I'm relieved to see you're doing well" to "I'm relieved to see you're safe" would, I think, would also work.
弥勒様ありがとう。
Okay, Kaname's actually holding back tears in the Japanese version. Nice touch. Mitru, of course, wasn't doing that on Kagome's romance route because societal expectations for men at the time, like, hold back tears and all of that nonsense. From the screenshot, or from the English version, Kaname instead laughs it off, going, "Thanks, Miroku." But, yeah, you could hear from the Japanese version, while she was, like, nodding, you could hear that she was holding back tears. The screenshot results apparently translates Kaname as saying, yeah, thank you, Miroku-sama." But again, I just take the first bit as the sound she's making while nodding, but again, also trying to hold back her tears. Keeping the "thank you, Miroku-sama," of course, needs to stay. Let's see if the text result does anything. I honestly doubt it. Yeah, no change. So, "Thank you, Miroku-sama," while after she nods twice, holding back tears.
あいつら一体どこ行ったんだろうね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagura says, where could they have gone to? From the screenshot result, Kagura says, I wonder where those guys went. From the text result, sorry about that, getting a little tired. From the text result, Kagura apparently is saying, I wonder where those guys are heading. If I realign it slightly, it changes to, I wonder where those guys are headed. I honestly would prefer the screenshot result of, I wonder where those guys went. Because then it is a little closer to the English versions of where could they have gone to. In the English version, Kaname says, huh? That voice. But, Japanese version, that definitely sounded more like a gasp. At the start. Yeah, the screenshot translation has Kaname apparently saying, what? What's that voice? But I do think it should be more of a gasp. What's that voice? I could also accept whose voice is that, or the English versions. That voice? From the text result. Yeah, the text result just has it as, what's that voice? Yeah, I do think I have it as a gasp and whose voice is that? Or, again, from the English version, that voice!
Kagura, Utsugi mo issho?
In the English version, Kaname says, it's Kagura. Is Utsugi with her too? From the screenshot results, Kaname says, Kagura, is Utsugi with her? I don't think the text result will be too different, if at all. Okay, no, it is a little different. The text result for Kaname here is coming out as, Kagura, is Utsugi here too? Let's see if I realign it, it changes to, is Utsugi coming too? But no, I think I kind of like the, is Utsugi here too? A little bit better. Rather than, is Utsugi with her?
Let's
see. From the English version, Miroku just says, listen. From the screenshot, Miroku says, may I? Okay. Miroku saying, may I, to get Kaname's attention here, instead of listen, is in character for him, I will say. From the text translation, he instead asks, is that okay? Yeah, I think, for the translation, I would prefer the screenshot result of Miroku asking, may I, to get Kaname's attention. just like so he's not sounding demanding. And like he's continuing his gentle persona around her.
何？
I don't need to translate that. Kaname's just asking, what? Which is what the English version has.
お逃げなさい。
From the English version, Miroku says, run away. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, run away. Okay. The text result shouldn't be any different. Nope. Okay.
だってそれじゃ弥勒様が。
From the English version, Kaname asks, what about you, though? From the screenshot, Kaname says, because then Miroku-sama, I don't think I'd go with that. Let's see what the text result has. I feel like it could be something closer to, but then Miroku-sama, even though she didn't start with demo, but the text result does agree with me, with having Kaname say, but then Miroku-sama.
あなた一人なら逃げられるでしょう。
From the English version, Miroku says, if you're alone, you'll be able to run away. Uh-oh. Okay, that one stopped working. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, you can escape on your own. The text result says the same thing. You can escape on your own. In the English version, Kaname says, I can't just run away by myself. From the screenshot result, Kaname says, I can't escape on my own. Let's see what the text has. From the text result, Kaname says, I can't run away alone. I mean, considering Miroku's been talking about escapes, the Kaname's translation mentioning the escape as well, with I can't escape on my own, makes sense. In which case, instead of Miroku saying run away earlier, I'd probably have him say you have to escape.
よく考えるんです。狙われているのはあなたなのですよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Miroku says, think about it. You're the one they are after. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, think carefully. You are the one being targeted. From the text result, Miroku instead says, think about it. You're the one they're targeting. Okay. I think I could do something of a mix. Miroku starting with think carefully is a bit more in line with how he speaks. But then have the you're the one they're targeting as the second half, I think works better for a translation result.
弥勒様
I don't need to translate that. Kaname's just worried over Miroku.
私どうしたらいいの
In the English version, Kaname's inner thoughts are, what should I do? From the screenshot results, Kaname's inner thoughts are, what should I do? So, no different from the English version, so I doubt the text will be any different. Yeah, same thing. Okay. I won't run away.
私逃げないから
From the English version, Kaname says, I won't run away. From the screenshot result, also, I won't run away. So the text result should be the same. Yep, okay.
何をするつもりです？
From the English version, Miroku asks, what are you planning on doing? From the screenshot, Miroku says, what are you planning to do? I mean, wording's a little different, but it's pretty much the same thing. Let's check the text. Text results. Text result apparently has Miroku asking, what did you intentionally do? Oh, that's why. The text is broken. Okay. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's fix this up, shall we? First three. Okay, let's find the ones that I need. Okay. You there. There we go. From the text results, Miroku is asking, what are you planning to do? So, same as the screenshot result.
戦う逃げられるわけないよだって私弥勒様のこと
In the English version, Kaname says, I have to fight. I can't run away. Because I... From the screenshot result, in the English version, or if you're playing as Michiru, though, in the English version, he says, I'm going to fight. I won't run... no, hold on. He says, I won't run away. I'm going to fight. I'm a man, after all. From the screenshot results, Kaname apparently says, I'll fight. There's no way I can run. I know you're Miroku. That last one doesn't seem right, so let's grab the text and try that again. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's juicy. From the text result, Kaname says, I'll fight. There's no way I can run away. I care about you, Miroku. Damn! Okay. Oh, If I realign it, it changes to, I'll fight. There's no way I can run away. I love you, Miroku. Hey, yo! Kaname, I thought you said that you weren't gonna say anything! And yet you go right on and say it! Okay! So it's either I care about you, or... it's either that she cares about him, or or that she loves him. Damn. Okay, hold on. I actually need to save this. I need to save this for a certain someone. Or I guess a certain couple people who enjoy Miroku, who haven't experienced the Japanese version, because... Oh boy! Oh boy!
What are you thinking? Stop! Hurry! Run!
Uh-oh. One moment. Had a weird thing happen. Let's see. In the English version, Miroku says, "What are you thinking? Stop it! Run away, quickly!" Yeah, no, like, that's a little crazy that the Japanese version would just apparently have Kaname declare that her feelings to Miroku in this situation. Like, damn, girl! Let's see, from the screenshot result, Miroku says, "What are you thinking? Stop! Get out of here!" Let's see. From the screenshot result, it's the same as the, the text result is the same as the screenshot result. There. Jeez, I don't know why I was fumbling that far, or that much.
見つけた
I don't need to translate that. Utsugi's just saying, I found you. Which is what she says in the English version.
こんなとこにいたのか。まったく手間かけさせるね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagura says, "So, this is where you've been. Honestly, you've wasted our time." This is gonna go on for a little bit, just because, but I do want to get a certain part covered. From the screenshot results, Kagura says, have you been in a place like this? Really is a lot of work. I feel like that could be reworded, so... let's throw that in the text. Okay. No, the text result came out a lot better. With Kagura apparently saying, so, you were in a place like this. You're really causing me so much trouble. Okay.
弥勒様は私が守るんだから。
And in the English version, Kaname calls out, Miroku, I'll protect you! From the screenshot result, Kaname calls out, I will protect Miroku-sama! I wouldn't be against it being, I will protect you, Miroku-sama! Let's grab the text just to see. Okay, the first time the text translator decided to actually translate Sama in regards to Miroku, has Kaname saying, I'll protect Lord Miroku. Like, sure, Sama as an honorific can mean that, but not in this case. It's just a sign of respect in this case. So yeah, either I'll protect Miroku, or I will protect you, Miroku. Let's see. In the English version, Kagura says, come on, little girl, you're pathetic. Which is interesting, compared to Mitru in the English version, where Kagura says, don't be a hero, sonny. From the screenshot result, Kagura says, oops, don't be so brave, young lady. Let's see. Okay, the text result isn't too different. Just instead of don't be so brave, it's you're so brave. Although since the Japanese text does have janai, I do think I'd go with the don't be so brave, young lady translation, because janai is usually used as like a way to make a negative. Like, an example is uso janai. Uso being lie or liar, so adding janai is I'm not lying or I'm not a liar. In the English version, Kaname says, a sacred arrow. Kikyo. From the screenshot result, I don't think it'll be any different. It'll probably translate sacred arrow to something else. Yeah, okay. Screenshot translation has it as demon repelling arrow. Kikyo? Yeah, I think sacred arrow is just fine because that is what it's referred to in the at least in the English dub for the longest time. From the text result, yeah, same thing.
こいつはゆっくり話していられる雰囲気じゃないか。
Let's see. From the English version, Kagura says, it seems we won't be able to have a nice long chat. From the screenshot translation, Kagura is apparently saying, this guy has an atmosphere where we can talk at our own pace. This is I'm pretty sure the same result I had on the Kagome romance route, and I still don't quite get it. Like, definitely some words need to be changed around here, so something like this one has an atmosphere where we can't talk at our own pace. Let's see what the text comes out to. The text result is not that good either. Apparently coming out with, this guy seems like the perfect place to have a relaxed conversation. But again, there's the Japanese word janai. So a negative has to be in there. So I think I have to borrow from the English version and reword the translation to something like, it seems this one won't allow us to talk it as we please. Like, that feels like it might make sense. I don't know, like, I think that's the best I can do. I don't need to translate that. Utsugi's just saying, let's go, or let's get out of here. Or, let's leave. Like, something along those lines. English version has her say, let's go instead.
だね。まったく、本当に手間のかかる連中だよ。
In the English version, Kagura says, indeed, damn, this group is a waste of time. From the screenshot results, Kagura says, right, honestly, they're a real pain. Let's check the text result. From the text translation, Kagura just apparently just says, yeah, they're really a pain. I think I'd go with the screenshot result in this case. I don't even need to throw that into translation. That's just Kaname thanking Kikyo. But, well, I did say we'd have to go a bit long. And I think this is a good spot for us to take one last quick break. And we're back. Alright. Let's get this over with.
助けに来たわけではない。
In the English version, Kikyo says, I didn't come here to help you. From the screenshot, Kikyo instead just says, I'm not here to help. From the text result, yeah, same thing. I'm not here to help. I mean, not like it. Same meaning as the English version, just fewer words. And like, yeah, Kikyo isn't on Asagiri Island to help Kaname and the others. She's there to deal with Naraku herself. I don't need to translate that. Miroku's just groaning a little in pain.
Miroku-sama, 大丈夫?
In the English version, Kaname says, oh, Miroku, are you okay? From the screenshot result, Kaname asks, "Oh, Miroku-sama, are you okay?" Well, same as the English version, I guess. Alright. So the text result shouldn't be any different. I mean, it's a little different. The text result has Kaname say, "Hey, Miroku-sama, are you okay?" I actually think I'd go with the English and screenshot translation result. Let's see, result in this case.
Miroku-sama?
I don't need to translate this, but the delivery here is different. In the English version, when Kaname says Miroku, it's in the form of a question. But from the Japanese version, she calls out to him gently.
なんて無茶をするんです。あなたが死んでしまったら、私が怪我をした意味は何ですか?
And Miroku's delivery across both languages here is different too. In the English version, he sounds very irritable, saying, "Why were you so unreasonable? My getting hurt would have been for nothing if you had been killed." But here, he doesn't sound like that. Let's see what the translation comes out as. From the screenshot result, Miroku instead says, "How reckless of you to do that. If you die, what's the point of me getting hurt?" Yeah, no, he's definitely not as irritated as the English version portrayed him as. He definitely delivered that much more calmly. Like, there was definitely a feeling of worry in his tone when he said that. The text translation result does make it a little bit worse, having Miroku say, "What a reckless thing to do. If you die, what's the point of me getting hurt?" I do think in this case, I'd go with the screenshot result just given Miroku's tone. So, going with the result, "How reckless of you to do that. If you die, what's the point of me getting hurt?" I don't need to translate that. That's just Kaname being like, "But I was just trying to help you."
まだ動けませんか?
From the English version, Miroku says, "Still can't move." From the screenshot result, Miroku says, "Still can't move?" Okay. Let's grab the text. Okay. From the text result, Miroku apparently says, "Still not moving." I do think it should be, "I still can't move." But yeah, the first one, I guess, did sound more like he was grunting rather than say, "Kuso."
Kikyo-sama.
I don't even need to translate that. Miroku's just surprised that Kikyo's apparently giving him attention.
Miroku, 怪我をしたのか?
You know, considering it has been a long time since I actually watched the English dub of the anime, I don't recall Kikyo ever referring to Miroku or Sango by their name. InuYasha and Kagome, absolutely. I don't recall her doing that with the others. In the English version, Kikyo asks, Miroku, are you hurt? From the screenshot result... Kikyo asked the same thing. Miroku, are you hurt? Alright. I'm not gonna expect anything different from the text result, but we'll find out. No, same result. Okay.
私を助けようとして爆発に巻き込まれたの。
Let's see. In the English version, Kaname says, he was trying to save me, and he got thrown by the explosion. Let's see. From the screenshot results, Kaname says, he was caught in the explosion while trying to save me. I would probably say an explosion, although considering that it was probably the only explosion on the island, and the explosion is probably what caught Kikyo's attention, sure. The text translation result comes out as, he was trying to save me and got caught in the explosion. I mean, funny enough, it's not too different from the English version, but I think I'd go with the screenshots result here of he was caught in the explosion while trying to save me. I don't need to translate that. Kikyo's just saying, I see. Or, is that so? In the English version, Kikyo says, here, take this. From the screenshot results, Kikyo says, drink this. Okay, so we're getting another case of, is it a drinkable medicine or something that you eat? Because, okay, the text result also has it as drink this, but when I translated on the Kagome romance route, it was flipping back and forth between drink this or eat this.
何ですかこれは
In the English version, Miroku asks, what is it? From the screenshot results, Miroku asks, what is this? Which is also what the text result has. Alright. Okay, English version, Kagome says medicine, but again, this translated into different things when I was covering the Kagome romance route, so yeah, okay, no, this is where it gets weird. So, like I said, Kikyo previously told Miroku to drink this. Miroku just asked what it is. And then Kikyo says, it's a pill, according to the screenshot translation. If it's a pill, you don't drink it. So do you drink it or do you eat it? These translations sometimes, I swear. In the English version, she says, swallow it, and soon you'll be able to move again. So the English version does... The English version is a little weird because even on the Kagome romance route, I'm pretty sure Kikyo told Kagome that she had to drink the medicine. But now, English version, she's telling Miroku to swallow the medicine. It's like, what is the medicine? Is it a pill, or is it something that you drink? And from the screenshot translation, Kikyo says, if you drink it, soon you'll be able to move. So a direct conflict with the English version saying swallow it. And then not only that, earlier, instead of medicine, it translated as a pill. So which is it, game? From the text result, putting 2 halves of her dialogue here, it comes out as, it's a pill. Take it, and you'll soon be able to move again. So, the text translation at least seems to lean into it being a pill rather than a drinkable medicine. Which, sure. I don't need to throw that into a translator. Kaname's just thanking Kikyo.
この島には奈落がいる。先へ進む気なら心して進め。
In the English version, Kikyo says, Naraku is on this island. Prepare yourselves if you intend to proceed. From the screenshot result, Kikyo says, Naraku is on this island. If you want to proceed further, if you want to go further, proceed with caution. Okay. Let's see what the text result has. Same result as the screenshot. Alright.
Miroku-sama, Kikyo no kureta kusuri inomo?
In the English version, Kaname says, Miroku, take the medicine Kikyo gave you. From the screenshot result, Kaname says, Miroku-sama, please, drink the medicine Kikyo gave you. Is it a drinkable? Or is it something you swallow? Come on now! Ugh! Okay. The text result is actually closer to the English version, being Miroku-sama, take the medicine Kikyo gave you.
いや、結構。自分のことは自分でできますから。
Now this is a little interesting. On Kagome's route, of course, Kagome pretty hesitantly is like, right, I'm gonna have to take Kikyo's medicine. But on Miroku's route, in the English version, he says, no, thank you. I can make whatever I need for myself. Suggesting that Miroku is suspicious of Kikyo's medicine and doesn't quite trust it. So he's like, I'd rather make my own medicine. Thank you very much. From the screenshot result, Miroku instead says, no, it's fine. I can take care of myself. Let's see what the text has. From the text result, same result as the screenshot. No, it's, actually no, he says, no, thank you, I can take care of myself. I mean, I don't know if Keko can possibly mean thank you, but if it doesn't, I would actually be completely fine with the screenshot result of, no, it's fine, I can take care of myself. So, definitely... It definitely feels different from the English version, but because, again, the English version makes it feel like Miroku is suspicious of Kikyo's medicine and is just going like, I'd rather make my own medicine, thank you very much. Whereas Miroku, from the Japanese version, does seem like he's trying to act like he can just tough through it. Whoops. Crap. Crap, I lost where I was. Okay, there we go. In the English version, Kaname says a person who is hurt shouldn't do anything but allow himself to be taken care of. From the screenshot result... Kaname says... please be considerate to the injured. A little weird. But honestly, though, on the Miroku route, Kaname saying a person who is hurt shouldn't do anything but allow himself to be taken care of, is essentially Kaname throwing right back at him what he said to Songo about being sick. A person who is sick shouldn't do anything and allow herself to be taken care of. So, like... That's kind of poetic, honestly. Miroku, you said this, like... I'm gonna tell you what you said to Songo. Shut the fuck up and let me take care of you. In the English version, Miroku says, look who's talking. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, you're the one. Let's check the text on that. From the text result, Miroku starts with, you are the one. Okay, I mean, it does keep going, so let's see what the hell's going on. In the English version, Miroku continues with, your knee is bleeding. You're the person who's hurt. From the screenshot results... Miroku says... From the knee, there's blood coming out. He's a very injured man. Okay. No, that doesn't make sense. So, let's grab that text. Hopefully nothing gets messed up. Thankfully, it doesn't look like it. Perfect. Let's see. Add it here. Ah! Okay. So if with the text result, if I have Miroku's name up at the top to make it seem like he's the one speaking, the result comes out as, you're the one, your knee is bleeding, you're seriously injured. But if I remove his name, the translation changes to, you're the one with blood coming out of your knee, you're seriously injured. Which does fit better. Of the other translation results.
本当だ。でもちょっとすりむいただけだよ。いいから私に寄りかかって。
Let's see. In the English version, Kaname says, "Yeah, you're right. It's just a scrape, though. Here, just hold on to me." From the screenshot result, Kaname says, "Ah, that's true. But it's just a little scrape. Just lean on me." And like Miroku saying that she's seriously injured, like it's just a bloody knee. Okay. The text result for Kaname comes out as, "Oh, you're right. But please don't scrape me, just lean on me." Okay. I think it does need to be reworded, so I'd probably have it as, "Ah, you're right. But it's just but it's only a little scrape. Just lean on me." Surprise, surprise! Unlike if you're playing as Michiru on a romance route, for Kaname, she gets picked up. From the English version, Kaname gasps, "Huh? Miroku!" From the screenshot translation, yeah, that makes more sense. Kaname gives out a, "Kya! Miroku-sama!" I am not expecting the text translation to be any different. I hope not, but let's see. And sadly it is. It translates the "kya" to an "eh?"
怪我人はおとなしくいたわられるんでしたよね。
Let's see. In the English version, Miroku says, "You said the person who is injured should allow himself to be taken care of, right?" From the screenshot result, Miroku says, "Injured people were always treated with care." Let's try that again. Let's see what the text result gives us. Okay, the text result isn't any better, with Miroku apparently saying injured people are always treated with kindness, right? Hold on. Yeah, okay. So I need to I need to go back to another one because Miroku is literally just saying the same thing she said to him not that long ago. But the translation is coming out weird. Please be considerate to the injured. The translation results here aren't making a whole lot of sense to me, so I think to borrow from the English version, it probably should be, People who are injured should let themselves be taken care of. Isn't that right? Again, as a way of trying to turn what Kaname has said back on her.
弥勒様、無理しちゃダメだってば。だってフラフラしてるじゃない。
Kaname is just getting so flustered. From the English version, Kaname says, Miroku, you shouldn't push yourself. See, you're still dizzy. From the screenshot result, Kaname says, Miroku-sama, don't push yourself too hard. You're just staggering around. Okay, staggering instead of dizzy. From the text result, it's the same as the screenshot. Alright. Yep, okay. I think instead of staggering, it could be stumbling. He's like, he can... Like, it should be that he's barely able to stand, so...
たまに無理くらいしておかないと、いざという時に無理が効きませんからね。
Let's see, two parts. In the English version, Miroku says, you have to push yourself sometimes. Otherwise, when it really comes time for it, you won't be able to. From the screenshot result, Kaname says, if you don't push yourself a little every once in a while, you won't be able to push yourself when the time comes. Alright, let's grab the text result. From the text results, Miroku says, if you don't push yourself sometimes, you won't be able to push yourself when the time comes. I honestly like the wording of the screenshot result better.
それにしても、ちょっと重くなりましたか?
Oh, right, there's a second half to this. In the English version, Miroku continues with, say, have you gotten heavier? Miroku! You don't say that! From the screenshot result, Miroku says, even so, have you gotten a little heavy? Oh, there we go. The text result is a lot better now. With both halves, Miroku's translation comes out to, if you don't push yourself a little every once in a while, you won't be able to push yourself when the time comes. By the way, have you gotten a little heavier?
弥勒様の具合が悪いせいだよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kaname says, no, it's because you're not well. Let's see. From the screenshot result, Kaname says, it's because Miroku-sama isn't feeling well. Let's see what the text result has, because I might have a replacement in mind. Okay, no, the text result is the same as the screenshot result. It's because Miroku-sama isn't feeling well. Considering that start, I think I'd be fine with it being either Miroku-sama, it's because you're not feeling well, or it's because Miroku-sama isn't feeling well. Or if you want to use the use of Miroku-sama as a replacement for you, it's because you're not feeling well, is a good replacement.
あんなに儚げだったのに。
In the English version, Miroku says, "You were so frail when we first met." From the screenshot result, Miroku says, when we first met, you seemed so fragile. From the text result, same as the screenshot. All right.
急にどうしたの？
In the English version, Kaname questions, "What are you talking about?" From the screenshot result, Kaname says, "What's happened all of a sudden?" All right. Text result is the same as the screenshot result. All right.
強くなりましたね。
In the English version, Miroku says, "You've really gotten stronger." And from the screenshot result, Miroku says, "You've gotten stronger." Huh. And the text result is the same as the screenshot result. Okay. Yeah, like I'm still going to say that that the romance option saying that Kururugi's gotten stronger, as opposed to the English version where on the Kagome romance route, she says that Mitru's gotten really powerful, works a lot better. Because saying that they've gotten stronger can mean a lot of things depending on what you're referring to.
弱すぎて嫌になるよ。
Let's see. So here's a multi-parter. In the English version, Kaname says, "I'm still too weak." From the screenshot, she starts with shaking her head and says, "I'm so weak, it's annoying." Ooh, okay. I mean, that is still pretty similar to Mitru saying that he hates being so weak.
いつも弥勒様たちに迷惑ばっかりかけちゃってごめんなさい。
In the English version, Kaname concludes here with, I'm always causing trouble. I'm always causing everyone so much trouble. I'm sorry." Japanese version does specifically mention Miroku, so let's see. From the screenshot results, Kaname says, "I'm always causing trouble for Miroku and the others. I'm sorry." Again, in this case, I would be fine with supplementing the translation of Miroku to you, so it would be, "I'm always causing trouble for you and the others. I'm sorry." Let's slap that on at the end. Okay, I'm not exactly a fan of the text translation here. Wait, let's try realigning. Oh, hold on. There we go. There we go. That looks better. So the full text translation for Kaname with both halves comes out as, I'm so weak, it's annoying. I'm always causing trouble for you and the others. I'm sorry.
何をおっしゃる。迷惑などと思うわけないでしょ。
As opposed to Mitru's, I'm always relying on you and the others. Or, actually no, Mitru specifically, when speaking to Kagome or Sango, is I'm always relying on you. Let's see. From the English version, Miroku says, what are you saying? Of course you're not in any trouble. From the screenshot translation, Miroku says, what are you talking about? I don't think it's a bother. I mean, considering Kaname's translation said, I'm always causing trouble, so I do think for Miroku's translation here, it should be, I don't think you're in any trouble. Oh, great. Okay, I'm gonna have to touch some of this up. For the text. Alright. What the hell do I need here? I need to get rid of these. Okay. And then let's see if I can find what I need. No, I think that one's a katakana. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. Oh, no, there it is. You go here. I need the small version of that. Which is here. That. Uh-oh. Oh, maybe it's in here? Maybe that would be here? Yep. Okay, good. And that should do it. Okay. Text translation result from Miroku. Comes out as, what are you talking about? Why would you be a nuisance? I think, okay, so if using the screenshot translation result, reword it to, what are you talking about? I don't think you're any trouble. For the text translation result, it comes out as, what are you talking about? Why would you be a nuisance? Reword that to, why would you be any trouble? Either of those, I think, would work fine. To go off of Kaname, the translation for Kaname saying that she's always troubling the others. I don't need to throw that in the translator. English version, Kaname saying, Miroku, which is exactly what the translation result the translation for this should be.
あ、いたよ。あの岩の影だ。
And then, of all people, Sango. Which just seems hilarious to me. Because she shows up, like she's the one who spots you on Miroku's romance route and Kagome's romance route. And since she can't point herself out in her own romance route, she gets replaced by Kagome. So, does Sango call you out in InuYasha's romance route, or does Kagome do it? In the same way Sango does here with Miroku. We're gonna have to find that out after a while. In the English version, Sango says, "There they are, in the shadow of that rock." From the screenshot result, Sango apparently saying, "Ah, there they are, the shadow of that rock." Let's grab the text here. Same result as the screenshot.
Ooh.
I don't need to translate that. Miroku's just a little surprised. Which, in the English version, they just have him go, "Huh." I don't need to translate this, though, but in the English version, they also have Kaname go, "Huh?" But this one, in the Japanese, it's definitely more of a, like, shocked gasp. But Miroku just honestly seems unfazed. She's just like, "Oh, it's about time." In the English version, Sango says, "So, this is where you were." From the screenshot result, Sango apparently is saying, "You two were here." Let's see what the text result has, because that doesn't feel right. No, it comes out the same. I think I'd have the translation be, "This is where you two were," or "This is where the two of you were." Also, English version had a funny typo with Sango apparently. "This is where you were, not where you were." In the English version, InuYasha says, "We've been looking for you." From the screenshot result, InuYasha says, "We've been looking for you." Okay, so same as the English version. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Sango, InuYasha, and Shippo dialogues here are the same as with Kagome's route. So, Shippo is saying that they were all worried because we got thrown by the explosion. And Kagome instead taking Miroku's place in the dialogue. In the English version, she asks, "Are you two okay?" From the screenshot result, Kagome asks, "Are you both okay?" Actually, now that I think about it, it's been a bit. I think on Kagome's route, it's Miroku who says, "So this is where you were?" And then it's Sango who says, "Are you two okay?" Again, it's been a while. I don't remember, but yeah, whatever. The text translation result for Kagome is, "Are you two okay?" which matches the English version.
私は大丈夫だけど、弥勒様が。
From the English version, Kaname says, "I'm fine, but I'm not sure about Miroku." Interesting difference from, again, Kagome's romance route, where Mitru says, "I'm fine, but Kagome..." From the screenshot result here, Kaname says, "I'm fine, but Miroku-sama..." So funny that the Japanese version here says what Mitru says on Kagome's romance route in the English version. Okay. No idea why they decided to change it up for the English version of this route, but whatever. The text result is pretty much the same, being, "I'm fine, but Miroku..."
どうやら無事のようですが。
Although also, the difference with the, if you're on a romance route playing as Mitru, Miroku and InuYasha will already be standing up, while, Kagome and Sango, upon being discovered, Mitru ends up letting them back down. So that surprised. So Kururugi's line of, "I'm fine, but so-and-so, is followed by the girl standing up to show that they're fine. In the English version, Miroku says, "I'm fine now." From the screenshot, Miroku says, "It seems like I'm okay." Let's check the text result. Okay, from the text result, Miroku apparently instead says it seems everyone is safe. But there's no sign of Mina in the text here, so I think I'd go with the screenshot result of, "It seems like I'm okay."
二人とも無事でよかったわ。
In the English version, Kagome says, "I'm glad you're both safe." From the screenshot result, Kagome says, "I'm glad they're both safe." I'm pretty sure it should be "you're both safe." It could also be, "I'm glad the two of you are safe." That's the text result. Oh, look at that! The text result agrees with me. Being, "I'm glad you two are safe."
そんなことより、やっぱりこの島には奈落がいるらしいですね。
Let's see. In the English version, Miroku says, "Never mind that. More importantly, it seems that Naraku really is here on this island." From the screenshot result, Miroku says, "More importantly, it seems that Naraku is on this island after all." But, of course, there's more than one part to this, so let's absolutely grab that text. And so far, the text result is the same as the screenshots result, so...
急いで先へ進みましょう。
And in the English version, Miroku concludes with, "Let's keep going." Let's see. From the screenshot results, Miroku concludes with... Let's hurry and move on. Let's see what the... God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have to... let's see... Okay, no, that needs to stay. Oh, those are kanji. God damn it. Let's... find it. That's what those copy that. Over here. Okay. No, not that. Okay. You go here. The hell is that one? Oh, there it is. And grab this one. Here. That here. You're fine. Use that with this. Okay. Now with that fixed, the text translation for Miroku's both halves is, more importantly, it seems Naraku is on this island after all. Let's hurry and move on. Which I do think is what the screenshot results had anyway. Oh well.
弥勒様、本当にもう平気なの?
In the English version, Kaname asks, Miroku, are you sure you're alright? From the screenshot result, Kaname asks, Miroku-sama, are you really okay now? Let's check the text result. Same result as the screenshot. Alright.
大丈夫だと言ってるではありませんか。
In the English version, Miroku says, I told you, I'm okay. From the screenshot result, Miroku says, I told you it was fine. I think it could be, I told you I was fine. I told you I was fine. Let's check the... No! It's gonna do this crap again. Ugh. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay, get rid of those. And the last four there. So you go down. First, I need to grab this because that looks like a kanji and I don't want to dig for that. Oh, God damn it. Oh no. This is going to suck. I don't think I can actually find yeah, nope. Okay, so I just can't find that then, I guess. Oh no. What about doing this? There we go. Okay. Okay. Whew. That worried me a bit. Let's see. Next up. Okay, so from the text result, Miroku says, I told you it was fine. But I do think it could be, I told you I was fine.
じゃあ行くか。
In the English version, InuYasha says, well then, shall we go? From the screenshot result, InuYasha says, then, shall we go? I think I'd be alright with it as, then let's get going, or then let's go. I mean, the text result kind of agrees with me, with that result being, well, let's go.
奈落のところへ出発じゃ。
I don't need to translate this because, again, same in the other routes. Shib was just saying, let's go get Naraku, or whatever variant. English version has him say, we're off to get Naraku. Interesting that this isn't voiced in Japanese, when it's supposed to be Kaname's inner thoughts. It's just Kaname saying thinking of Miroku's name. Which is also in the English version. Definitely different from Michiru on Kagome's romance route, because I don't remember if he does this on Songo's. But on Kagome's, he's like, Kagome, what will happen once this is all over? But with that, it's a good time to call it. We're about an hour over my usual time, but we got what I wanted to reach. So with that, next time we go after Naraku. Until then, this has been the Asher Guardian. See ya.